Thought I'd leave you all in suspense for a bit. See if you all panicked and thought, oh, this microphone doesn't work. Oh, hang on, my headphones still don't work though. I've still got one dodgy connection, but that's pre-rain. That's got nothing to do with the water. Morning, everybody. Welcome to the week. Hope we can start your Monday off good. Ooh, I gotta move that cable. Actually, I keep bumping it. How is everyone? Hope you're all well, I guess for the majority of you, Monday's barely even started. But welcome to the start of the week. Welcome to Monday, and welcome to Auckland Airport. We're well, thought we'd come and hang out here for a bit. I'm going to call this my redemption stream. Try and make up for yesterday. And I'm going to make it up to you all in a great way, because we've got a 747 due in just over an hour's time, I believe. So we get to have a lot of big planes today. We've got all the big 777 movements, the 380 coming in later, the 747, the Dreamliners. I reckon we're going to get some 350s at some point, 330 as well, because why not? Mixed in with a bunch of 320s, 737s, dashies, ATRs, all the exciting stuff. So it's going to be good. And so far no one has told me you can't hear me, so that means we're off to a good start. We are down one piece of tech today, one piece of tech. Thankfully, it's not the most essential part of the tech, but it is kind of important, because it means that we can't use a feature that we haven't used in a lot lately, because our streams have never ended right. And that is, I don't have my buttons. I don't have my buttons, so it means I can't hit the highlight button today. I've got little workarounds to make everything else work, but we do not have the highlights button, which means unfortunately at the end of the stream there won't be a highlights reel. Once again, go figure. I'm going to try and at least turn on the record though. Oh, everything's gone. Wow, there's a plane. Whoa. What did I just do? I just triggered a replay from yesterday. Oh, okay. Well, everyone, enjoy this replay from yesterday. There we go. Hey, that's what we were dealing with yesterday in the rain. You remember that? Awesome. Oh, wow. That's what happens when I don't have the right buttons and I start bashing things. Oh, there we go. There's the last button press in the system. Oops. My bad. Oh, that's what happens when I try to push buttons in other ways that don't work the same way. Oh, well, there we go. If you wondered what killed the equipment, there's some footage of it dying yesterday. Oh. How's there a highlight? So that was one that was one I took yesterday before the buttons died in the rain. Alright, 320 coming in here from Wellington, NZ 410. Kev, can someone pop down to Kurt with some buttons? Not my buttons. What was it? Chocolate gumdrop buttons. Something like that anyway, isn't it? Right. I'm going to stop trying to hit buttons. I wanted to have some records abilities. How am I going to do that? I'm going to go here. You know what? I'm going to take a risk. I'm going to take a risk on something. No, don't do that. That's just stupid. I've got an even better idea. Let's just hit record on the camera. We're going to record all the video on the camera. That's going to be the wise move before we start breaking anything. Oh, but how was everyone this morning? Welcome along. Welcome along to the stream. We're going to go back here and we're going to make sure we're not breaking anything. All right, on screen here, the 787 of NZ992. This is going to make its way over to Apia this morning. If anyone wanting to head away on a bit of a holiday, jump on board. Quick, run down there and grab it. Look, you're going to take a risk on something, hold their breath, yeah. Oh dear. I need my little sunshade. Actually, I need Maddie's sunshade. He's got a cool one. But I believe everything is powered today, which was always an interesting one this morning because, you know what, I'll let you watch this departure and then then I'll keep talking. Can I open that? Oh look, there's water in behind that still. Everything I open, I find more water. I just opened up my screen and there's more water behind it. Go figure. Alright, there we go, NZ992 making its way out now. That'll be a nice flight to be on today, I feel like. I was going to say something, then I forgot. Oh, I was talking about, yeah, the cables, the phones and stuff. For some reason, all my phones, they only want to work with certain cables, each one. So there's one phone won't work with one cable, another phone, they only work with a very specific cable each. I don't know why. They're all the same connector, but you know what? I've got them working. We're just going to go with it. We're not going to judge. And Mark's morning, how's it going? Wendy Cutler, hello to you as well. Oh, for anyone who's interested. Oh, no, it's not the new livery, though. Korean is in with a 787X today. The 787-10. But it's the old livery. Still, it's not the new livery. Unfortunately, that came in just before we started, so we're not going to see its landing, but we will be around for when it departs a little bit later today. Anya, everything got wet yesterday, and well, yeah, between water damage and just things just not wanting to work, and there's a little bit of everything going on. So I'm working through bit by bit, waterproofing all my gear a lot better. A little bit by little bit, we're getting there. But I haven't haven't completed that yet. So you would think that I would avoid the rain until such a time as I've got everything waterproof, but no, I'm not like that, am I? Oh. And saying that, I didn't expect the rain that hit yesterday. I did not expect it like that. I knew there was rain coming later in the day. That rain turned up a few hours early and in a direction that I just wasn't thinking it was going to hit. But hey, you know what? We live, we learn, we dry ourselves off when we get back out there, right? Here's your motivational Monday morning speech. Ben A350, how's it going? Mark Best is in the chat as well. Blickfang, I can't remember if I've said hi to you already, but hello. Of course, Carolyn, I've got to say hi to you as well. Thank you for being here this morning, Carolyn. Busy weekend for Carolyn. Between dealing with all my dramas, and then obviously she had another big night last night. So what's that? That's Friday night, Saturday, Sunday. Or no, Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday day, Sunday night. Now Monday day. Carolyn's being an absolute machine. Tally and Zed's in the chat as well. How's it going? B&E spotter. That cable is okay. I gotta sort that cable out sooner rather than later. Olivia, morning to you as well. See, now I can't remember who I've said hi to. Alex NZ6, don't believe I've said hi to you yet. Pipton is also in the chat. Alright, if I haven't said hi to you, I do apologise. Feel free to jump back in and say hello again. And Marks, how's it going? hang on, I've already said hi to Ann Marks. But anyway, hi again. Suze is who I was meaning to say hi to there. Don't mind me. We're still starting off early, you know. I mean, it might be 9 a.m. and all, but it's still, to me, it's just like, just starting. And then Carolyn's got, oh yeah, true, of course. And then Carolyn's going to be back with the Adelaide boys tonight, hopefully. How's the weather in Adelaide? Are they going to actually manage to get out for a change? Poor boys in Adelaide. It's the one day that they can stream in a week, and it's always the day that the rains turn up, isn't it? And after what's happened to me on the last couple of streams, I feel like their decision not to stream when it's raining is actually a smarter move. We've got a Dreamliner coming in from Tokyo Narita next. Shall we spin around and grab that nice and early on? Spot it through the poles. ZKNZG coming on in here. NZ90. Am I still at? No, my body is firmly back on New Zealand time. Oh. Did anyone order some reverse thrust for breakfast? Because wow, that was awesome. Oh, we've got a cool little lineup of departures coming out now too. Here we've got a 320 going to head off to Christchurch. That's going to be a 320 heading to Wellington. That's going to be a 777 heading to Rarotonga. Behind that will be a 777 heading to Sydney. Behind those other planes and tails over there. No, I lie, sorry. This one over the back there is going to Sydney. That one's going to Melbourne. We got quite the departure lineup. All right, but the first one out the door is Christchurch. They won the race to the departures. I'm just going to try something quickly and see if I can fix my headphones. Well, not fix, but at least temporarily improve. Right, hopefully that's going to make it less likely to cause me issues. Probably won't, but you know. Broccoli, how's it going? Mark Desmond, morning to you, or is it afternoon, evening? All right, that one's up into the air, and no, that's not our next one. There's our next one. They're going full length. Next one going to make its way down to Wellington, NZ 413. Carlos, how's it going? Saturday night on the sofa with a cold one. Saturday night. Hopefully Sunday night. All the big boys are trying to block out the 320s. You know what? If you guys want to be the feature, you can be the feature. But you have to wait. You know why? There's an ATR coming in. Doesn't matter how big you are of a machine, you still got to wait for the little ATRs to get in there first. Yeah, Mark, Sunday. Yeah. You know, I'm kind of curious now to see what a 777 would look like in grey. With this little shark smile on the front there. It's got a little sharky smile. Some nice big biceps going on there too. And the big shark's tail as well. You know, I reckon a 777 painted up as a shark would go really well. Oh, look at that. What a machine. Alright, this one's going to go out as NZ946 to Rarotonga. What a way to get to Rarotonga. Ooh, hello, fellow 777. Scotty Frog and Sock, how's it going? Carolyn KDS is in heaven. I tell you, all these 777s, one after the other, how could you not be? There is no doubt that Auckland truly is the 777 heaven of Australasia. Nathan, good morning to you. Dr. Mose, how's it going? Oh, look at our visibility today. Like, yeah, there's a tiny little bit of cloud and that's it. Blue skies all above us. This is such a contrast to yesterday. It's incredible. All right, let's come back down to the ground because I feel like our next one's going to go out at any moment. This next one, NZ121, heading off to Melbourne, ZK OKW. In fact, OKW's featured quite a bit lately, being the plane I flew home on from Brisbane. We saw it the other day heading to, was it yesterday maybe? I don't know. Saw it heading out to Sydney, I think. Was it coming in from Sydney? Scotty Frog and Socks, we have a 747 incoming. We do, yes. Qantas Freight, was it 1552, I think it is, every Monday. Hence why I'm quite enjoying trying to get some Mondays free, I reckon. Might go for the old 3-day weekend a bit more. Get a few more Mondays. Of course, Auckland is no stranger to the 747. We have one land almost daily. The problem is it lands here at 3 a.m. and departs here at like 6 a.m. That doesn't quite work for me. But yeah, almost every day we get one in from Singapore Airlines cargo. Comes across from Sydney. We get the odd ad hoc one from them as well. Some will remember a while ago we actually got the old Singapore double, where the oh hello, we had a Saab going full length. Except the Saab's been kicked all the way to Alpha 1 Alpha. 777's going round onto Alpha 1. Is the 777 going to sneak out? Or is it going to wait? There's enough time for the 777 to go. It is, look at that. So the Saab can't go because of the wake turbulence of the previous departure, but the 777 can. And in the time that it would take for the Saab to wait for the wake turbulence to clear, we'd have a problem, because as you can see, all the way out there is our next heavy arrival. So the poor Saab just has to move aside, let the big boys play for a little bit, and then once that one out there, which I believe is NZAA from Hong Kong, once that's landed, then the Saab can have a play. Wookie saying that the 380 of Emirates is 45 minutes out. Nice. All right, this is 103 heading to Sydney, ZK OKS. Ooh, hello, look who's coming to play as well. Carolyn, you're messing with me now. Oh, how's this for timing? That one's up and out, and you can hear it already in the background. Here's our next arrival. Beautiful Dreamliner coming on in. Oh, how's that for a shot? Look at that. In fact, that's a very similar shot, except different planes, to my thumbnail today. Oh, the Saab's still having to wait. Actually, Nana cutting in front of it. You're like, you know what? We're just going to let the wake turbulence dissipate a little bit more with a 321. How's that sound for a plan? Stephen Whitaker. Nice timing of when you turn up. Right when Carolyn reckons she spotted Steve in the thing. Yeah, okay, Carolyn. I see. Oh, let me have a look and see. I might have some water on the lens, you reckon? Ah, so there is. All right, there goes Nana heading off to the Gold Coast, going for a nice little Gold Coast holiday there. Doing it almost in silence too. Nathan's been on the A321 to the Gold Coast before. This exact flight, I'd assume. Pete, how's it going? Oh, poor little Sabi. Still waiting. You know why? Because we've got a cheeky caravan coming on it. Man, that poor little Saab has to wait for everyone today. All right, I think it might be finally their turn. Look at them. They're like, we're not waiting anymore. Full speed to the runway. Wow, everyone bullied this guy out the way. Even the caravan bullied the Saab out the way. All right, finally, full speed ahead. Yeah, Chatham Saab, they're heading down to Whakatane. Wolfie McRobbie, how's it going? Morning to you. Listening in on the way to work. Pete, when you come to New Zealand, there's two places I've got to take you. One is Whakatane, just so that you can say you've been there. And the other one, which I'm not going to attempt to say it without the wording in front of me, is the longest place name in the world. Down the Hawke's Bay. Just because I want to see Pete attempt to say it. All right, Jetstar coming in here from Wellington, JQ252. And, oh, look at that. There's a Jetstar heading out right behind it. This one's going to go down to Dunedin as JQ283. You've seen the videos of the sign, can't get past the second letter. Well, I'll make it really easy for you to get past the first 3 letters. Toe. There you go. And let me know when you're ready for 4 more letters, Pete. I reckon I can get you up to 7 letters. Give you the whole lot. Nah, Pete, we're going to teach you bit by bit. So when you've mastered the first 3 letters, I'll get you to 7. So you start off with the toe. T-A-U, toe. ATR coming in here from New Plymouth, NZ5032. Beautiful prop shadow going on there. Oh, those props look stunning. Right, if I got a quick moment. Oh, hang on. No, maybe not. Oh, what's going on down the end there too? I'm going to take a wild guess that might be NZ145 down the end, is it? Yes, NZ145 to Brisbane. Plus an Airwork 737 coming on out to play. Hang on, it's that little ATR that's just come in. I was like, where's that ATR come from? But that's the one we just watched land in from New Plymouth. Got the Dreamliner service doing the Brisbane run today. And Carolyn was not Steve, it's Steven. Ah, where did he go? Come back. Okay, that joke was going to fall flat because he moved too quick. There we go, look. See, that one's not Steve, that one's Steven. Steven Seagull. NZ534 coming on in from Christchurch. Carolyn. Is that Carolyn's first face palm of the week? Yeah, it actually looks like that 737's heading the other way. So whether it's heading down to load down at the new cargo area, or whether it might be heading down to the engine run-up area. Not sure. Alright, next departure, NZ145, going to head over to Brisbane. Pretty quiet departure from the Dreamliner. We're not getting the sound carried to us today the same way. Right, I'm going to go quickly grab a cloth and see if I can get rid of this mark off of the screen. I'll be back in a moment. Okay. I appear to have left all my lens cloths at home. Not ideal. Just want to see if I can even see where it actually is on the lens. It's just not going to be easy. Now, I'll try not to get in your face too much. Let's take the hood off for a moment. There's a few little spots on the lens. Not surprising. And of course, this one may not even be on the lens, just to really mess with me. And anyone who's worried right now, there is a filter on the lens, so I'm not going to scratch the actual lens itself. Alright. I don't think that's fixed it, has it, Carolyn? It's still there. Oh, it may be on the sensor then. Wishy-washy. Yeah, still there. That means it's not on the front. Oh well. Can you handle it staying there for today, Carolyn? I'll get rid of it after, I promise. Oh, this could be interesting. So, Emirates is 20 minutes out. The 747 is 28 minutes and Emirates is 21 minutes. Depending on exactly how far they push Emirates out, we may have them landing very close to each other. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? ATR here, coming on in from Palmerston North. Carolyn, you'll cope. By the end of the day, Carolyn's going to keep wiping her eye, thinking there's a smudge on it or something. Craig Hepburn, how's it going? Yeah, wind, rain, fog, now sun over all 3 days. We've had a bit of everything, haven't we? We've had a bit of everything. Thankfully, we didn't get the wind as bad as what poor Kev did down in Wellington. And it sounds like yesterday wasn't much better for Wellington, actually. Kev would have had himself... Ah, so there we go. So there you go. There we go, there you go, there I go. There it goes. The white 737s down in the engine run-up bay. Telly. Telly's been trying to clean the screen. Oh dear. Don't you hate that though when you do that? Oh, Tan Man's trying to challenge me. Let's see what I can make work. Hang on. If I go like this, and I go like this, and then I have to go like this. And did that work? Yeah, it worked. Tan Man, yay, thank you. Tan Man coming through with a very generous $16.99 super chat there. Tan Man says, morning KDS, morning Carolyn, and morning to all. Good to see a nice dry day out there. Much better weather today than what we ended up copping yesterday. I did not expect yesterday to be that bad that soon. I thought I had enough time to get a morning stream and then I was going to go to the car park and do an afternoon stream in the rain. But well, the weather turned up early and decided to ruin all my plans. So much nicer weather. The sun is out. The ground underneath me is still wet, unfortunately. So I do apologise, Auckland Airport, but I've turned your grass back to mud again. Just from trampling around on this little spot. On screen there is NZ699 going to head to Invercargill, but not until this caravan comes on in. AJ Ryder, how's it going? Good to see you, mate. Craig, not many houses have a hot water cupboard anymore, unfortunately. My trick these days is I've got a spare room in my house that I just have a dehumidifier set up in. So I just settle the gear up in there with the dehumidifier running. Unfortunately, there's one part of my lens that's just not going to come right. But you know what? I'll live with it for now. Stephen Whitaker. His stream was awesome and everything except for the Black Panther. Oh dear. Oh, sorry, I wasn't. I feel like today's going to be a good stream for seeing some Black Panther. Oh, how's that for a pushback / taxi combo? Looks like a 320 there with the all black ATR taxiing out in front of it. Got a dashy coming in from Nelson. Where's MVA heading off to? ZK MVA is going to Nelson, funny enough, actually. We just had NZ5060 come in from Nelson, and it's going to go out as NZ5071. Hey, you're playing a dangerous game there. Just remember, you got to stream later today. If you want to set what the word of the day is. Of course, if you want to learn it with me, Pete, and in preparation for you reading that same word out this evening, more than willing to teach you. Looking for a plane. There it is. Little itty bitty caravan on the runway. Andrew Foster, how's it going? Watching in from Leeds in the UK. Oh, look at that super early turn from the... well, I say super early turn from the caravan, but... something weird happening on the ADSB data tags. I wonder if there's a car or something tripping out the system. Carolyn. What about the ones you don't have access to deleting? Carolyn coming in, gifting 5 memberships, putting in another 5 people into the Kiwi crew. Thank you very much, Carolyn. Your support, and it's incredibly appreciated, especially when it's in no way required. But to those five lucky people, congratulations. You are now members of the Kiwi crew. Thanks to Carolyn. You get the little Kiwi by your name. You get to come in and use all the stickers in the chat now. And then we get Pete. And Pete thinks he's being really funny here, but Pete's going to pay for this later on. Pete's going to suffer. I don't know if you realise what you've done here, Pete. But Pete coming in with a $5 super chat, saying that the word of the day is, now Pete, you're going to learn this. All right, here we go. Bit by bit, I'm going to break it down for you. All right. Taumata, whaka, tangi, hanga, ko'o, tamatea, turi, puka, piki, maunga, horo nuku, pokai, whenua, kita, nata. All right, you got that? I hope you learnt that, Pete. You might want to get that bit on repeat so that you've got it ready for later. Have a bit of practice, because you are going to suffer. Pete, thank you for the $5 super chat. I broke it down for you nice and slow. So now you can practice. Start off with the first 7 letters. Taumata. Surely you can do that, Pete. Taumata. NZ 635 heading on down to Queenstown. Pete, say it fast. It fast. Done. Scotty Frog and Socks could hear the 747 fly by but couldn't see it because the sun was behind it. Now your eyes hurt. Oh no. Tan man, cheers. I do okay. I've spent a lot of time. For those who know a bit about New Zealand, and you know, obviously we've got the different languages here and everything like that. I was raised very European. I live in Rotorua. I've spent a lot of time re-educating myself on pronunciation and stuff like that. It does help being surrounded by it there, makes it a lot easier. So I definitely I try. I'm not perfect, and I often fall back into my old ways. Pete, okay, you ready? You ready for this, Pete? There you go. That was it. I said it so fast. Did you catch it, Pete? You might want to slow that down to hear it all. But that was the entire word said fast. Let's see. Emirates is just crossing over into crossing over Piha Beach, making its way in. You know what? I reckon one day I need to go down to Piha and get some photos from there. Could be some interesting photos. How high is it there? 10,000 feet. Oh, that's easy. Emirates flying over Piha at 10,000 feet could be quite interesting. And then we've got the 747 as well, and what's that? That's at 12,000. So Emirates is going to win the race by a little bit. Sorry, just see, some people think Monday's a work day, but what was I doing? I was going there, going here, so I can bring up BNE Spotter gifting 5 gifted memberships. Sorry, I'm having to jump through with different windows on my iPad to make things work today because I don't have my buttons, so makes things a little bit trickier. But thank you very much, BNE Spotter, for those 5 gifted memberships, and those 5 people are now, or that's 5 more people now part of the Kiwi crew. Thank you, congratulations to those people. Enjoy your next month in the crew, where you get to play with all the stickers, get to hang out in the chat, get the little Kiwi by your name. Graham Wilson, the Arataki Visitor Centre. Hell, I haven't been there for years. Man, when was I last there? Oh, what do we got up here? Speaking of, where did it just go? You're kidding. Oh, there it is. It's in the clouds. It's in the clouds. I know, it's hard to believe we have clouds today. We may lose this back to some more cloud. Alright, well, Cats, pick them back up in a little bit. If we come back around, we've got QF144 coming on in. This is the new route, I believe, that Qantas is flying via Auckland. Qantas trying to get in on a bit more of that Auckland market. A couple more Fifth Freedom routes that they're playing with to get planes out of Auckland into other places. Pete in plain sight. coming in with the $50 super chat. Saying you're such a good sport, even though I'm a bit of a smart. Yeah. Well done. Takes one to know one, I feel like, some days, Pete. Thank you very much, though, Pete. That's absolutely incredible support. Benny Spotter Q. Oh, I know. 119's another 737 today. Oh, what is Qantas doing? It's quite funny. So Qantas launched Gold Coast services, right? Gold Coast to Auckland. Obviously, they already had Jetstar on that, I believe. And Air New Zealand's flown that one for years, many, many years. In fact, Air New Zealand was the first international, well, Freedom Air, you know, Air New Zealand still, anyway. So Qantas is trying to market it as you can now fly business to the Gold Coast. It's like, it's a 737. Like, it's a 100-year-old plane with slightly wider seats. Come on, Qantas. You can do better. Of course, everyone knows my belief that what a domestic business class is not what they should be selling as an international business class. When Air New Zealand does international business class from Auckland to Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne every day. So, I don't know. Lurking through the TV, looking forward to the 747. Yes, so we've got the 380 and the 747 both due in. The 380 is just, in fact, I can see it just turning base at the moment. I don't know. Oh, we'll try. We'll try and hit it with the camera. I don't know how good it's going to look. It's, watch out for the truck. It's all the way down there somewhere. Where did it go? Oh, no, it's behind this pole over here. It's actually over there. We've lost it already. It's behind all the pole, the fencing. Of course, we also have an arrival coming in from Wellington in the form of an A320. Oh, there's the 380 just turning. I can't see it with the camera. It's just, it's too far out. There's still a lot of atmosphere out there today. Pete, once again, thank you. Whoa, my bad. I wasn't looking where I was pointing the camera. Once again, thank you very much for that super chat, mate. Awesome support. All right, we'll spin around for the 380 in a bit. The 747, I feel like we're going to go 380 then 747 one after the other, but they're not quite as tight together as what would have been really cool. We're not going to quite get to see them in one shot. Maddie's Mozzies. Interesting question. So it goes in and out of compulsory versus not compulsory, depending on so many different factors. It is a political decision at the end of the day. I did learn Māori at school. Did I retain much from it? Not really, apart from the basics. The vowels, a, e, I, o, u, counting up, tahi rua toru wha, rema ona whitu waru I wetiko. That's that, like you learn all that stuff. You learn how to sing the colours, ma is white, whero is red, stuff like that. But then it's the way it's taught, it doesn't become second nature. So it's an interesting one. As for the second part of your question, ultimately there is different dialects all around the country. You've got to remember that all the different tribes all came here separately from different places and stuff like that. So there is different dialects of how Te Reo Māori is spoken. A classic example for you is down, now I don't know exactly what the region is, but essentially a classic example is Wanganui, is pronounced Wanganui. They don't pronounce the WH as a F sound, so it's not Whanganui, it's Wanganui is the pronunciation, even though it is the correct spelling is WH, if that makes sense. So yes, there is all sorts of different dialects and all sorts of things. Is that? No, that's not. That's something turning in from the south. Alrighty, 380 time. Looking good, big boy. How awesome was that? I don't know, it's not quite a... Oh, that is a 747 that I saw in the background turning. Wow. Okay, the 747 is next in. You know what, as much as, like, it's always great seeing the 380, I'm going for the 7.4, and there's a reason. I don't know if its gear is down yet. Oh yeah, no, its gear is down. I think it's just come down, actually, the gear. Could be wrong. Maybe not. No, surely the gear's been down longer than that. AJ coming into Auckland for a cruise to Sydney, eh? 2-week cruise. So you're doing the cruise of New Zealand, are you? Starting in Auckland, ending in Sydney. 2 week, yeah. So you'll do a whole bunch of stops around around New Zealand. Be interesting to know what your itinerary is, actually. A bit of a crosswind coming on in. Carolyn saying King and Queen back to back. Alright, there we go. QF 7552. The Atlas Air 747-400 freighter coming on in from Hawaii. I just saw AJ's little tag on the end of his. AJ's got his little thing there on the end of it. And I'm guessing that's what? No passengers, just boxes? Something like that. I like it, AJ, I like it. Tanman, first time a plane travelled on internationally, all hail the Queen. Funny enough, me too, actually. My first international flight ever was on a Air New Zealand 747-400 from Auckland to Los Angeles. Did a work trip to Vegas. So Suze, why does that have an American rego when it comes in on Qantas? So the plane belongs to Atlas Air, which is an American company, and Qantas dry lease? Wet lease. It's a wet lease, isn't it? It's a wet lease because it's operated by Atlas and everything like that on behalf of Qantas. Oh, we might almost turn into a tailwind soon. Incoming Dashi from Whangarei, NZ at 52201. Maddie's Mozzies, you know what? That's I feel like in all countries, all languages and stuff, there's difference. You know, you look at like even in America, the Southerners, they've got their y'all. In New Zealand, the people from down south, we always make the joke about gore. They roll their R's. So it's always interesting, isn't it? All the different dialects and different languages and stuff, and every country's got something a little bit different. Franksy, morning mate, how's it going? Wookie. Wookie just replied to someone in Microsoft Teams looking for the one job emoji. Oh, that's classic. John Johnson, is there a way to see who gifted the sub? If you're in the chat at the time, they come up. Otherwise, not super easy to go back and see who it did. But in this case, yeah, I believe it was one from Carolyn. So. Andrew Foster, yeah. Oh, the UK is a classic for different accents, isn't it? And different dialects. It's yeah. There's so many of them on what is essentially such a small island. All right, our next heavy coming on out now, NZ81, going to go to Hong Kong. And then it looks like NZ99 to Tokyo Narita is coming out. NZ952 heading to Nanda as well. So we've got a couple of Dreamliners and a 777 making their way out to play with us today. Oh, look at that. Oh, the little guy and the big guy. Love seeing that comparison there. There's also another Dreamliner coming our way, but that's under tow. It'll be going down to the maintenance hangar. Won't be flying again till, well, it depends. Maybe tonight. We'll see it head on out for a flight. Not saying we'll see it, but that's when it might next go out. Not sure what the wind's actually going to do today. So the windsock is like the winds. Where is the windsock? There. The winds itself are pretty light, but if you have a look, technically we're running on a bit of a tailwind at the moment. So if they hold like that too long, we may end up seeing our departures turn. I see you. I see you. He's up very high today. He's getting keen. He's like, you know what? I could take on one of these cars. I reckon he's just having fun, actually. He's probably found the heat from the road, and he's just soaring around in that. NZ548 coming on in from Christchurch. Andrew, you have red kites that fly around. I'm trying to think. I think I may have seen one of them when I was over there. Lona saying at 11:30 PM over there and only just getting dark. Wow. I guess that just shows how far north you are in comparison to, you know, like what we are south. All right, there we go. NZ81 to Hong Kong. Caroline, yeah, longest day of the year. Very true. Anyone in the northern hemisphere has got the longest day of the year, and well, for us in the southern hemisphere yesterday, we had the shortest day of the year. Also known as it's the June solstice, isn't it? Okay, I'm not sure. I don't think that's our mate over there, is it? Hope not. Oh, who's above the airport? Come on. It's not a good place to be. You shouldn't be over the top of the planes. They may not appreciate it. Check for the wake turbulence. Mark and those near the equator are just wondering what we're all on about. Yeah, true. Wookie, was that Steve? Well, I don't know if that was Steve or maybe Steve's cousin, but... Either way, not the smartest of places for him to be hanging out. Alrighty, guess who it is? Guess who's going for a Fiji holiday? NZ952 is going to be ZK OKQ today, the all black 777. Pete heading off, all good. Mate, we'll catch you a little bit later. Go get yourself some sleep or something. You know what would be really cool? If there was a winds change and the 747 departed over the top of us. When is the 747 filed to fly out? Due to depart Auckland at 12:15 p.m. I can't say I've looked at the weather forecast and exactly what the winds are going to do, but how cool would that be? Oh no, radio day, is it? Alright then. Of course, it doesn't matter how big and important you are. Still got little caravans come on in. Yoink! See, we can't really see the grin the same way on the All Black 777, can we? Lee Cessna Heavy. Yeah, NZ952, caution wake turbulence from landing Cessna. Alright, enjoy your time in Fiji, NZ952, lucky son of a gun. Alright, next lining up the NZ617 heading on down to Queenstown. Good old classic A320. Benny spotting NZAA's on her way back from Honolulu, ETA 5:15 p.m. It's a long way away. The next 777's like, oi, get out of my way, little 320. Coming through. Alright, lining up NZ284, heading off to Singapore. The 777 OKP, I think it might be. Oh, Lee and Benny spotter. Who knows? You know what? You know how it goes. I never make any promises. I do have work tomorrow. I do have stuff to do, but I do have an addiction to planes, so anything's possible. At least I can admit it. Jetstar's whistling to us. Alright, Jetstar lining up and waiting. This is 297 heading on down to Queenstown. Just got to wait for the wait for enough clearance between it and the 777. Can't remember what it is. It's like 2 or 3 minutes that the 320 has to wait after a heavy departure. Tan Man, have I ever been to Warbirds over Wanaka, and would I? I would go, yes. Haven't streamed there, can't stream there. You know, they're pretty strict on all that sort of thing. But I definitely will attend there 1 year, for sure. This year, it sounds like this year was still like a good show, but it was also a little bit of a flop because there was no fast jets. All the Air Force, every Air Force pulled out. So it was just all the privately owned jets in the end. Well, no, sorry. Technically, there was fast jets because there was the ones out of fighter jets in Tauranga, but nothing military. Oh, look at the turn from Jetstar. They're like, let me go. I want to point south and get straight to Queenstown. I am going over to the Pacific Air Show in Surfers Paradise in Gold Coast in August. Hopefully, apparently there's another announcement due out maybe this week. So hopefully that lineup's going to look a little bit better, because at the moment it's a little bit not that exciting, if that makes sense. It's missing all the military stuff. I think there's still quite a level of uncertainty that's making all the military appearances sort of hold off. Next arrival coming in from Kerry, the Dashi. Damn, man, I reckon the best one was back in 1992, the Air Expo held at Auckland International Airport. Can't say I remember that one. I was a little bit young back in 1992. I also wouldn't mind getting down to Wairarapa for their one, because that happens in the summer, doesn't it? But even Ardmore hosts some not too bad ones, which could be interesting. Again, it's generally just all the private, you know, there's no military involvement, so you don't get the crazy stuff. Damn man, you were 12. I would have been 4. Someone's phones are ringing, not me. Sorry, my phone won't stop going off. People texting me. Who would have thought, eh? Working on a Monday. Seems like a novel idea. I can hear a helicopter. I can't see a helicopter. I can see a helicopter. Which helicopter is it? It's got skids. Oh, it's going to make me bottom out my tripod. Is that the BK? Might be police. That's police. Wow, the police are like really clever at hiding. Look at that. They're like, if we go behind the pole, he can't get us with his camera. Cheeky police. There we go. Look, it's popped out. I'm only assuming that's the police one. I could be completely wrong. I didn't realise the police one was on skids. It was police one. And the bell of 429 Global Ranger. Walking more pole air shenanigans. The difference is, so I don't know if anyone saw, so you know how last night on OPM we saw them with their pole air hanging out. That nice bright white helicopter. Does anyone remember the stream I was doing? It was a ship stream. And the pole air, our pole air, we call it Eagle actually, not pole air. Ours is Eagle. It came flying over and turned all its lights off and just disappeared. Just went full invisible. And even the other night we had one of them down where I live flying around at night time, and even with the lights on, like, you just can't see it. The helicopter is completely invisible. Blondini, how's it going? Lee, apart from the fact he wasn't standing on the van roof last night, but if they were seeing him in the car park, that would be a very weird one for them, just being like, what's he up to? Even funnier if they tuned in and they were busy watching or something. Maddie's Mozzies. Catch up on part 2 if that's if the tech holds up, mate. It better do today. So far, fingers crossed, everything is going perfect. So hopefully. Not on audible. No, those bells are pretty loud actually. The Eagle helicopters. Dashy here coming in from Taupo, NZ5092. So I was just trying to work out the windsock while trying to follow the plane at the same time. I think we're still in a crosswind. We haven't hit a tailwind, so I don't think the runways are going to change on us because I don't think the winds are going to turn that far. But I also haven't looked at the latest forecast. Where's that windsock? There's the windsock. It's got a slight tailwind component to it. Alright, our next heavy movement is not far away with Malaysia Airlines MH145 coming in on finals. Just see them way out in the distance turning on final now. We do have a Jetstar in from Christchurch before them. So that's Jetstar from Christchurch, and then all the way down the back somewhere up about there. That's Malaysian. Still well out in the distance. Lee, more coffee required. Joe Cruz, morning, how's it going? So Telly is saying a 6k headwind with a 6k crosswind. Yeah, the windsock would definitely suggest there's zero headwind component, mostly crosswind, with the occasional, you know, little flutter backwards and forwards. But that's at this end of the runway, obviously, and of course, because the runway is so long, every windsock is something different. So we've got a windsock at this end of the runway, which at the moment is pretty much direct crosswind. There's the midpoint windsock. That's probably a direct crosswind. It's hard to tell on the angle we're on. And where's the far windsock? I think it's behind Jetstar. It's a bit far away to see the far end windsock. Benny Spotter going into lurker mode, all good. Alright, ATR here to Palmerston North is going to sit and wait and let the stunner of the 330 come on in. Let's spin around and grab that early, eh? As it weaves its way through the light poles. Beautiful landing there by the 330 Neo. Andrew Foster, your uncle, lives in Malaysia. Nice. Haven't been there myself. It's I feel like I'll go there one day. You know, it's not somewhere I'm not going to visit. Alright, now that is clear of the runway, we've got an ATR to Palmerston North on the runway heading on out. And back down at ground level, another ATR all ready to go on out. So they're going to head on down to Nelson. NZ 5067. Lowlanders heading off, all good. You have a good night. Enjoy your Sunday night, and I don't think we'll see you Monday morning for some reason. Franks, I think SKL 6 a little bit lost. Going past Katikati heading this way. Oh, out of Napier. All right, yeah. Typical Fly Radar's got no idea what's going on. Reckons it was going Napier to Wellington. Definitely looks like it's heading in this direction, doesn't it? ZKRSQ. Oh, we'll see that in a little bit, I reckon. NZ 676 from Dunedin coming on in next. Andrew Foster's heading off as well, bedtime. All good. Thanks for hanging out, and yeah, you take care. Rich King parked up next to me, eh? How's it going? So I'll cut down that wind a little bit more. Lowlander Monday. Oh yes, you guys been and gone through midnight there, haven't you? So, well, welcome to Monday. Got an ATR coming in from Napier. Not that plane that we were just watching, that's a 320. This is an ATR from Napier though. NZ 535 on screen now. That's going to head on down to Christchurch. There's a C-130 Herc out in Whenuapai doing loops, and you know, I was just ever so hopeful maybe they'll be nice and come see us at some point, but I don't like the chances for some reason. Uh, 320 is going to sit and wait for a little bit while a sub from Whakatane makes its way in. Happy, how's it going? All fine and dandy today. We are indeed out here loving the sunshine. Matrix props. You know what? I might do something. I might try throwing my filter on today. Alright, NZ535 heading down to Christchurch. And next to arrive, ATR coming in from New Plymouth, NZ5036. Graham is in New Zealand, still not finding a soul. I believe it's only seasonal. So I think in northern winter they fly to Seoul. But I could be wrong on that. Alright, I'll be back in a moment. Alright, let's put my camera sunglasses on. NZ422 there coming in from Wellington. And then we're about to get taken out by another helicopter. We'll let this one pass over us and then we'll get it. Oh, this one's going to do the same thing and fly straight down the length of the pole, isn't it? Come on, pop out, pop out. Any moment now, surely. Here it is. It's almost like they're doing it intentionally, I reckon. They're like, where's that pole? Let's line up to the pole. Same chopper, Police 1, doing the exact same line in the sky. Ooh, how are we going on battery? Actually, are we? We're dead. That's why. Thought something weird was going on. All right, we'll get this next arrival, and then I'll better do a battery swap. Slightly early battery swap because all my phones were so low in power that they've all drained the battery dry. Dashy coming in from Gisborne this morning. You guys hear that vibration? Cobra Aviator, how's it going? Alright, battery swap time. It was on battery check. Yeah, I know. I ruined all your calculations of what you probably... Oh, no. Oh, no. We've got a problem. Okay. I need to quickly do something. It's alright. It's not a major. I'll just put on a slightly bigger battery and it blocks one of my things. I'm just going to slide it out a little bit. We've got a little bit of spare cable there. We'll be right. Yeah, that's better. We're good now, we're good. Crisis averted. Little caravan just snuck on in there from Great Barrier Island. Now, the only thing is, I now need to slide this back because the weight of the battery is further forward. And is that still working? That's still working as well. We're good. Everything's good today. But yes, the... oh. I slid the camera back, which then brought the battery back closer to the clip, and now I can't lock off my tripod. Oh, I can't win. We're going to just go back out, be off balance, and at least be able to lock it. Lee, where's that? BRB, Google Maps. Great Barrier Island. So not far from here, obviously. It's only a caravan flight away. Skyline Aviation coming on in next. What's the data tag? Oh, there we go. Now it has SKL 6 coming in from Napier. This is the one Franksy was talking about earlier. So Lee, there's two. There's Great Barrier, and then there's also Little Barrier, which is the small one near it. Nowhere near Great Barrier Reef, just to save any confusion. Now, I want to try something. I'm going to bring this down to... We're going to go there. And then style that a little bit. Lee, did I check Discord DMs? When, what, why, how, who, where? Only Discord DM I've got, it was the one from Carolyn moaning about the smudge on the screen. That she said wasn't going to affect her, but she was moaning about it. Oh, check this out. We got double 787s. NZ290, that's going to head to Denpasar, and behind that, Korean 412, the 787-10. That's going to make its way back to Seoul. Oh, since yesterday's stream. I didn't listen to what you said, but I know exactly what happened there. Doesn't help that when you talked about that, you were like an hour behind in the stream, which confused the heck out of me. There we go, ATR coming on in. So what that was when I threw the camera in the car, I'd muted all my microphones on my mixer. When I threw the camera in the car, I disconnected the mixer and the camera defaulted to its internal microphones. So you were hearing that. The problem is when you sent me a message talking about there being an echo, I was already up in the car park running and I was going, what are you on about? And it's like, it's impossible. There's no way for it to echo. But it was because you were actually behind on the stream. Stephen Whittaker, did they retrieve the 320 bogged in Christchurch? So I haven't kept up with it this morning, but I know that last night it was still bogged, and the plan was that they were bringing in some heavy equipment today to get it out of there. I haven't heard yet today if it is out yet or not. Kayan, morning, how's it going? Oh, you sent... Okay, so the MP3 file you sent, I assumed it was you recording this echo, trying to show me what it was, so I didn't even listen to it. Oh, that's funny. Here I was thinking you had recorded the audio to make my life easier to know what you were talking about. So I was like, well, I already know what that is, so I don't need to listen. So then we've got to the bottom of it. The answer is no, I haven't. OAB coming in from Christchurch, the All Black 320. Jetstar heading on down to Wellington. JQ259 is going to sneak out ahead. Although, I mean, it's like we've got a Jetstar. Or shall we go for the beautiful shot? Look at the beauty shot there. I mean, if it was one of the new Jetstars, I'd be like, you know what, maybe we'll watch this for a bit longer. But it seems silly when you've got such... Oh, look at that. And the 320 All Black in behind. Can someone just ring Korea and tell them to speed up a little bit? It'd be much better shot if they were a lot closer together. All right. NZ290 heading off to Bali next. Lee's dog decided it wants to be a lap dog. Oh no. Anya, all good. Good luck. Graham Wilson, Hobart Direct might be interesting. So Air New Zealand flies to Hobart Direct every summer. So it's a seasonal service, but Air New Zealand does Auckland to Hobart in the 320 Neo. Happy direct line here. Wookie just rings up the captain. All right. 7879 heading on out, and oh, look at that, 78710 coming to have its turn at the runway. All right, let's come back down for some beautiful Korean air. Still in the old livery, this one, surprisingly, actually. But I guess they're not going to repaint it until, you know, it's kind of due a repaint. Being such a new plane, it won't be due a repaint for a while. How old is this plane, actually? Must be all of only a couple of years. Yeah, 2 years old. April 2024. Right before the rebrand, I'm pretty sure. This is probably one of the very last planes, actually, that got painted in the old livery. Wookie, not going to lie, like the old Pepsi livery. You know what? I think the new one is growing on me, and now the light blue looks very dated. But that's, you know, it's just the way it sort of feels now, I guess. Alright, here's the ATR that Korean is waiting on, coming in from Palmerston North. Beautiful shot of Korean right there. Stephen, getting drops in your eyes, not allowed to drive for 3 hours, so the first thing you're going to do is go and fly a plane instead on simulator. I like it. Yes, nothing like the warning of do not operate heavy machinery. Korean actually having to wait for a little dashy as well that's coming in. Cayenne's a fan of the old design as well. I need to go open some windows on my car. Oh dear. Check this out, if you can see it. That's my windscreen on my car, all fogged up. That's from all the rain yesterday, and now it's sitting in the sun. You look at the car next to it, no fog. Now it's sitting in the sun. All that rain that got in the boot is just condensating up the windscreen. All right, Korean's turn to come and play. Joe Cruz, that's not very good. Losing your power and then your internet. Kayan, am I doing a live stream this afternoon? Well, it's nearly afternoon for me. We're only half an hour away from afternoon. So I think it's fair to say that this afternoon I will be live streaming. How much of the afternoon? I don't know. All right, Korean 412 heading back to Seoul in the 787-10. Bye-bye. Kia ora, mate. How's it going? Good to see you. Jacob's Aviation is saying quite a long flight for Korean. What is it from here? About 8 hours? Oh no, 11 hours 23. My bad. Sorry, I was mixing up my destinations. Hong Kong's about 8 hours, isn't it? 8, 9 hours, something like that. That must be 11 hours 23. Not quite. I was going to say that'd be on the upper end of the range of the 787-10. I think the 787-10 is good for about 13 hours, give or take. Maybe a smidgen more. Now, what is making that noise? Something is not happy. Alright, I'll have to look into that one when I get home. Sure people can hear that little digital noise going on. Something's misbehaving somewhere along the lines. Ryan Wilson, how's it going? Good to see you. It's a beautiful day out today. The sun is nice and high in the sky. Pretty much no clouds to be seen. So can't complain here. And we're watching planes. Jacob's Aviation, 15. Okay, 15 hours for the 10. We've got a little face-off going on. Alright, who gets priority on the taxiway? We've got Qantas 118 to Brisbane coming at us, and then going the other way there's a tug towing, looks like a 737, is it? I think the tug's going to drop on over to Bravo and let, yeah, there we go. Heavy, what's a Mexican standoff fish? I know what you said. All those words that can, depending on how you read it, can say something completely different. Stephen Whitaker, I don't know if I'd say that Project Sunrise is pushing limits. I mean, it's, you know, every aircraft in a way pushes limits, right, of that aircraft. So it's just the next advancement in technology. You know, you only have to go back 30, 40 years to the point where planes could only fly 6 to 8 hours or whatever maximum. You know, now 18 hours is a doable thing. You know, the 359s ULRs and the 787-9s and stuff, they're all pushing up to around 18 hours, and that was unheard of a long time ago. So I don't know if I'd say it's pushing limits, not for the technology anyway. Is it going to be, as a passenger, a pleasant experience? I honestly don't know. They reckon they've got the science to back it up, and they're all a lot smarter than I am. So, all right, Qantas better hurry up and make their way out before Cathay comes rolling on down in a 350-900. Happy they're talking about Project Sunrise, which is with Qantas's new, you know, A350-1000 ULRs that are going to be flying up to sort of 22, 23 hours or something crazy like that. I don't think it's actually quite that many hours. It must be thereabouts. So for me, it's not the technology of the plane isn't the concern. For me, it's the experience for the people on board is going to be crazy. But for those who want it, they'll want it. All right, there we go. Cathay Pacific 113, the A350-900 coming in all the way from Hong Kong. Lee, yeah, I mean, yeah, 100%. You know, at the end of the day, who's paying for the scientists to make the science? Those who want to make the money. So the scientists will say what the company wants them to say at the end of the day, won't they? Jacobs Aviation. Well, I mean, yes, correct. The 350 has been specifically designed, but it's also being tested and everything for that. So, Tally, yeah. So obviously, because of the amount of issues that Qantas is going to have with overflight at the moment, they have developed an additional method of getting from Sydney to London, which is the Arctic route. They're going to basically go up through between Russia and Alaska, over the North Pole, and then down into London. It's kind of funny because I looked at it ages ago and I was like, if there were to ever be a direct Auckland to, or a non-stop Auckland-London Heathrow service, how would it work? And the only practical way was to go from here directly north, over the Arctic and down again, to follow that same way. So it was interesting that now Qantas is actually looking at that for a Sydney option. Longest flight I've done is 16 hours, I think. That was on a 380. Was it 16 hours? 14 hours. 14 hours. Sorry, 14, isn't it? Singapore to London. Pretty sure that's 14 hours. Because it's quite interesting. So from Auckland to London Heathrow is exactly 24 hours of flight time. No matter which way you go. So it's like here to Singapore is 10 hours, then Singapore to London is 14. Or you can do here to LA, I think is like 12 hours, and then LA to London is 12 hours. So it doesn't matter which way you go, it's 24 hours. QF151 from Melbourne coming on in next. This has got to be Carolyn's favourite plane of the day. For now, anyway. Look at that shot. There you go, Carolyn. Right there. Look at that. How's that for your combo? Carolyn got bored doing 2.5 hours. Well, that was on Jetstar. Jetstar must be a pretty boring flight. I don't know. Lee, Auckland to Houston is 14, I think. 14 or 15, yeah, about 14, something like that. I don't know. What's NZ28's flight time? Let's do some really quick searching. Watch this. We go on the phone here. We go NZ28. It's an iPad, not a phone, by the way. NZ28. Let's have a look at what it took on the 19th. 13 hours 28 minutes. That plane never departed. 13 hours 42. 13:08. So depending on weather and stuff like that, between 13-14 hours to get from Auckland to Houston, and it's longer back. Coming back, it's at least another hour and a half, something like that. I don't know. It's almost like I could just go on here and change that 8 and have a look at what the return is. Wrong number. NZ29, 13:44, 13:49. Oh, okay, so they've been doing it in pretty good time actually lately. Interesting. It's yeah, about 14. Okay, so roughly 13 and a half there, 14 back. Let's go with that. Yeah, Lee, it pretty much doesn't matter how you go about it. You're still going to hit pretty much, give or take, 24 hours to get from Auckland to London, no matter how you fly it. You know, we could go direct to New York. That is 15, 16 hours or whatever, but then it's only 8 hours across from New York to London or something like that. So every way you go about it, we pretty much will hit the 24-hour mark, give or take. AJ, look forward to finishing the novel on a LAX to Auckland flight in January. That'll be cool to hear, actually. Who are you flying with? Ryan, well, the original Project Sunrise was meant to include Melbourne, wasn't it? Obviously, the 350s, when they bring them online, they're going to be testing, and hopefully the plan still stands that they're going to use them on the Tasman. Would be very cool to see them making some trips over this way. The original plan was about 6 months of testing. But I think now the fact that there's so many delays happening on them actually receiving the planes, the testing is going to be a lot shorter. But I certainly hope that we'll get to see a few of them over this way. But it's still not going to get rid of the current, QF1 and stuff like that going via Singapore. Even if they do shuffle around flight numbers, because there's still going to be a lot of people that don't want to. Don't want to do the non-stop. AJ flying on Air New Zealand, no aircraft designated yet, hoping to be. So do you know it's definitely going to be a 777 and not a 787? They should have that information out by now, surely, although January's a long way away. But that would be cool if you made it on the All Black 777 for sure. Alright, next arrival coming on in from Wellington, NZ420. Hawk, how's it going? Coming into us from Chicago. Caroline doing a lot of work at the airport. This airport's a non-stop project, yes. Pete, they should do 2 flights, Project Sunrise and Project Sunset. Oh dear. Bye-bye saying Singapore is on base. Excellent. I like your theory, Pete. It just doesn't work with how airlines want to work. That, and I don't think it would work with the whole, what do they call it, your circadian rhythm or whatever. Because their goal is, an airline's goal is generally to try and get you to the destination in the morning. As opposed to getting you there at night, because then they probably have to put you in a hotel room as well. Little caravan heading on off to Barrier. Alright, Singapore's still quite a way out. And, oh, Lee, oh, they must have heard you. They're hiding the plane. Graham, direct to Chicago. So they, in New Zealand, was flying direct Auckland to Chicago. I do think it might come back eventually, but obviously they've been through all sorts of dramas with the whole the planes and stuff like that. But I do think that I reckon maybe even from next year we may see Chicago come back online. A lot of people did like the Chicago flights. It was the second longest flight they did after New York. And a lot of people liked the flights to Chicago as a nicer way to get into America. Ryan, yeah, Melbourne was initially, but yeah, so who knows what happened there. You're right. And yeah, they'll potentially be using them on the Tasman. Oh, you reckon they might send them on QF3 for a bit? Okay, yeah. All right, Singapore 285. Hawk just realised 15 hours time difference. Yeah, a little bit of a difference. Lee, someone's lurking in the chat. What are you talking about? One of the problems with the Auckland. So it had nothing to do with the Auckland to Chicago specifically. What it came down to is Air New Zealand had a shortage of planes. And that shortage of planes was because of the engine service intervals and stuff like that on the Dreamliners, which meant they had a few planes parked up. Hence why they had a shortage of planes. Oh, Lee from the ground crew for the Gulfstream, yeah. It's not going inside though. When you have a look, they haven't opened up enough. They've only just pulled the nose in. Oh, actually, there's a tail of another one sticking out by the looks of it. Or am I looking at things different? No, that looks like there's a tail of another one in front sticking out. It does look like the Falcon, doesn't it? Yes. There's a couple of Falcons inside that hangar. Sydney, Perth. Oh, right, of course, yes. To replace the 787s on those. Okay. That makes sense, Ryan, yeah. Okay, so they're going to use them as their long haul, not their ultra long hauls. And then obviously they're getting more 787s as well, which are obviously to replace the 330s. But they'll obviously focus on like the Melbourne, LA, the Melbourne to, well, they'll do Melbourne, Dallas, they'll do Brisbane, LA. I guess that's what all the 787s are going to be focusing on still, isn't it? Which technically, once the 350s are online, they'll actually be doing pretty good for 787s. I guess it means also, though, Brisbane's going to see a lot more 787s then. Because Brisbane gets quite a lot of 330s to likes of, Japan, Singapore. Where else do they go? There's a few other places, isn't there? I'm trying to think now. And of course the ATR says, don't forget about me. The poor ATR that's sitting there waiting for a buyer, most likely. Well, that was awkward. Haven't had that happen for a while, have we? Oh dear, the audio flatlined. Just a little audio flatline, we'll be right. Sound cuts out, audio, camera starts dropping. But give me 2 seconds. I'll be back in a moment. I'm just going to go pop the windows down on the car. Try and let some of that moisture out from yesterday now that the sun's absolutely baking it. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, Lee, you were talking about, the one up at the other building. I get you. I see it there, that one there. See, I keep forgetting that there's some up there. I never expect to see them up there, but that's, obviously one of the places that one of the FBOs is up there. Bye-bye. Sydney's getting Pikachu. Oh, that's not fair. Wrong airport. Hopefully the car will dry out nicely. I've actually popped all the windows down a bit, and I've even cracked the sunroof open a bit. So hopefully all that rain that got in there yesterday is nicely drying out and gonna disappear, because the boot of my car was wet. Carwin, afternoon. Am I streaming on Wednesday? No plans at this stage for a Wednesday stream, Carwin, sorry. Ryan, Brisbane to Narita, Brisbane to LAX, and Brisbane to Singapore, all currently 330s. Why did I think there was more than that? Maybe I'm getting confused, because obviously you've also got the Jetstar 787-8s that do some weird routes as well, haven't you? So maybe that's what I was thinking of. Be interesting to see, like, what's your gut feeling then on what would be the next launch for Qantas out of Brisbane? Once they've got plenty of 787s to play with and no shortage of planes, what do you reckon the next launch will be for Qantas out of Brisbane? And for that matter, out of Australia in general? Lee. Well, you spelled dynasty twice the same way, so, like, you said the same way, so it makes no difference. I've got a pretty strong opinion on that, Lee. My opinion is that if something comes from somewhere and they have a way of pronouncing it, then that is the way it is pronounced. And because it comes out of Thailand, it's not Thailand. Oh my, dear. Taipei, Taiwan, you know, and they pronounce it dynasty, then the answer is dynasty. But that's my opinion, and a lot of that comes down to it's just respect for, you know, languages and cultures and stuff like that. It's got nothing to do with how it's said in England, how it's said in America, or anything like that. On the runway now, NZ 539 heading down to Christchurch. Wookie, Thailand. You know how my brain and mouth don't work at the same speed? DBO, how's it going? Ryan, you reckon, yeah, expanding into Asia? That would be my gut feeling, is that maybe add in, like, you know, going up to Korea, possibly some places in China. That would be my assumption, is what they would tag into Brisbane. Wookie, Korea could be good south, that is. Oh, go on. Live a little, won't you? I feel like Wookie just wants to go and eat some Korean chicken. What is it? What do you guys have over there? We got Kokodak, I think it is. Our Korean chicken place. Well, we've got lots of different Korean chicken places. Hawk, can I see United hiding? I can't see United, no. Unfortunately, from here, the one part of the airport we can't see is the international terminal. But hopefully we're going to see United depart. I just realised that the FedEx 777 is still on the ground. I watched that land yesterday afternoon. Mark Bester. Did they ship in Korean chickens? Or kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Like, on one hand, Ryan, Qantas don't want to compete with Jetstar, but there's also a lot of people that would probably want to go to those locations and not fly on Jetstar if they had the choice. It'd be interesting to know how many people fly from Brisbane to Sydney just to jump onto a Qantas or another airline to get to a destination rather than fly direct with Jetstar. I reckon it'll be quite a few. Oh, get a taste of some Korean barbecue now. Oh, bye-bye lines with a K chicken. Bye-bye, can you head down to head down to what's it called? The new outlet mall. Just blanked out on the name of it. And grab some chicken. I'm joking. Don't need to do that. Wookie, how nice would a stream be from Seoul? The problem is at the moment Air New Zealand doesn't fly directly there. I'd have to fly on Korean. Or I'd have to wait till such a time as Air New Zealand is flying there. If I'm wanting to do it for a points run, you know. Bye-bye, Manawa Bay, that's the one. Mark, having flown with ANA, yeah, becoming less inclined to fly. Well, ANA, you don't fly, it's all Korea now, isn't it? Or am I, hang on, I'm mixing up airlines, aren't I? I'm mixing up airlines. Or am I? Now I don't know what I'm talking about. I definitely need to, I definitely have a lot more airlines I want to experience. While Qatar is doing the Adelaide, I'm going to jump on that at some point for sure. Fly from here to Adelaide on Qatar and then, you know, back again or something. Definitely got to try that out. I think I'm going to probably end up doing an Emirates trip to Europe at some point. Just, why not? Yeah, Mark, I get what you're saying, yes. Yes. We're going to move on, little Dashy. Ryan, it's an interesting one because even Air New Zealand is getting a bit of a bad rap at the moment. And Air New Zealand traditionally have always been held very high for their service. And don't get me wrong, like the on-board customer service with Air New Zealand is great, but I think what's happened is a lot of other airlines have gone that next level. You know, they're essentially almost treating business class like what first class used to be, and the level of service has become something else, you know, and their first class now is full-on silver service dining. And I think there's now a lot more pressure that that's what people are going to try and expect out of an airline. Gone are the days of you're on a plane. Now it is very much you want a full experience. ZKNNH doing Queenstown to Auckland, one of the international 321 Neos. See the little Wi-Fi on the back there. Very true. Keep raising the bar. Everyone else is playing catch up, and it's an interesting one because I guess you could say catch up, but it's also it's that comparison, right? Should they be trying to play catch up, or should they just stay where they are, but not try and keep up with the pricing? Which I don't know how that exactly works. You know, Air New Zealand's always been slightly different because Air New Zealand's never dealt in first class. They've only ever been a 3-class airline. Their new 787 layout has got a slightly different seat at the front, but it's still not first class. It's it's business class with a little bit extra. But Air New Zealand's always only been, you know, business, premium economy, and that's it. And the cool thing I found with flying on Air New Zealand compared to a lot of other airlines is when I flew premium economy, Air New Zealand treat premium economy passengers very well. They treat you as kind of like not quite business, where a lot of other airlines treat you as just that little smidgen better than economy, if that makes sense. So I found that, yeah, the way we were treated with that was really cool. Mark, what aircraft was that on that you flew with them? Alright, little Dashi lining up here, going to head on down to Tauranga, NZ 5147. Ellen's probably thinking, yeah, can't win on price, win on shower them with the service. I also think that a lot of it comes down to, you've got like the Middle East and Qatar, Emirates, Etihad, all of them. They all want to show that everything there is the best of the best, and they kind of want it as a, not just when you're at their destination, but also their flights, They want to just show off that they can do everything better. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Ryan, I have to admit, yeah, when flew in New Zealand in April, looked after well. I love Air New Zealand. I do, and I'm a pretty simple person. I think that the service I get from Air New Zealand is great. I don't have high expectations. But I also have not experienced a lot of those other airlines yet. So I can't say I've got much of a comparison. NZ 110 coming in next from Sydney. The 320 Neo. Suzanne, how's it going? Weather's looking so much better today. We are just like pure blue sky now. I hope you're doing well today, Suzanne. Thanks for stopping by and hitting the like and having a little lurk. Lee, the like button probably should check that. Good idea. Probably a good time for me to mention it as well for anyone who might be having a little watch, a little listen, a little lurk. If you don't mind giving the little like button a thumbs up, a little tap. If you're on your phone, you might have to just hit the X on the chat, exit out, and then you'll see the thumb. Don't panic. You can jump back in the chat. Just hit the little chat box and you'll be back in the chat. If you are watching on a TV, best way to watch, hit the up arrow on your remote. That should take you to make a little menu pop up. Scroll across to the upward thumb. Give that a little tap. Dashi 5 NZ5089 to Nelson coming on out next. You're watching on the TV, but it is the third monitor. Yeah, it's a little bit different than using the YouTube app on your TV. All right, we've got a little midday quiet patch happening at the moment. Nothing to panic about. It's just, you know, it's pretty standard to get a little quiet time. We do have Fiji due in soon, and they're 3:30. About 20 minutes out. QF119, and they're very boring little plane. It has no features on it whatsoever that are worth caring about. So we'll just pretend that plane doesn't even exist, and maybe not even point the camera at it. But the next bit of action actually is our departures that are going to start lining up soon. We are expecting the 777 freighter of FedEx to head out. The 747 should be heading out very soon as well. We've got a Dreamliner heading off to Perth. That'll be coming out to play in a little bit. Malaysia Airlines heading back to Kuala Lumpur in the 330-900. We do have Cathay going back to Hong Kong as well. United to San Francisco. We've got Fiji, the 330 to going back to Nandi, and Singapore. So I reckon we're definitely going to hang around for all of those, and then we'll reassess from that point there how the day is looking. So that should keep us going for at least another sort of hour and 45 minutes, maybe 2 hours or so, depending on if those planes all actually go out on time or not. NZ5166 from Gisborne coming on in. There's another little Dashi. Tammy man, what's for lunch today? Well, that'll depend on where I stop when I finish. Haven't actually got any food with me today, like I normally would. I think I've got some biltong actually. I could, snack on a bit of biltong. Normally, if I drive in for a day stream, I bring some lunch in. But because I've been here for a couple of days, I haven't got any food on me. So, yeah, lunch will be wherever I stop. And what are you guys doing here? He just came right over my head. Oops, goners. Two of them. Having a little flight together. NZ 425 coming out next, the A320 heading down to Wellington. The FedEx is pinging actually, so hopefully we'll see that come out very soon. Sadly, this wind is doing us no favours, is it? With the departure sounds, it's just taking all the wind away, all the sound away. ATR to Napier line, well, not lining up actually, it's sitting on the taxiway waiting because we've got a 320 coming in from Christchurch. That's a truck. That's a 320. Little transition there, 320 in, ATR out. Trying to work out if I can see. I think that plane that's facing us just over the tails there. Let's push in. Let's push in. I think that's the FedEx. Not the one pushing back. Oh, no, that's not FedEx. That's Emirates parked up. That'll be Emirates parked up. That's next to the FedEx. FedEx is out on the taxiway, actually. Oh, there we go. Look, we can see Emirates. It's parked up in its little holding pen for the day. So it heads out late tonight. Lee looks like it's stalking you. The way it's just sort of peering over the top of those 320s there. So based on that, if that's parked there, then that would imply the FedEx is somewhere over. No, see, I'm looking at this all wrong. That's. What is that? That's the 321 that's pushed back. That is not the FedEx. Yeah, I think FedEx is over that side of it, actually. That wind is starting to pick up a little bit stronger. Bye-bye saying that is the FedEx. It looks bigger, but maybe it's just... I mean, looking at where it's sitting, it's got to be FedEx, right? But that looks more like a 380. I don't know, it's just the... perspective, I guess, of zooming in that far. What do we got here? Jetstar coming in from Queenstown. I was trying to work out bye-bye because I was sitting there going, wait, but then where's Emirates parked if that is Emirates? So, no, I think you are right. That is the FedEx. Because Emirates parks further over now. They park in a different place. Well, look, the decider once and for all, for proof, is it moving? Because FedEx is moving. Benny Spotter, I'm back. Welcome back. There we go. Turning. Oh look, it's even going to show off its logos for us to make it really obvious. Grumpy one, no, 777. 777 freighter, not a 767. Alright, NZ 637 to Queenstown, the 321 Neo is going to cut out in front of it though. What is that, OYA? Yep, OYA. Oh, come on, wind, settle down. It's just not on. Why you got to be blowing so much, eh? Jake's Aviation, the 777 makes the 321 Neo look small. Well, I mean, it's hard to tell in this camera shot, but when you think that the fuselage on that plane fits inside the engine on that plane, yeah, there's a bit of a size difference. Kim Damage, sure not Wellington. No, yeah, definitely not Wellington windy. Just slightly excessively breezy here today. And I wasn't set up for wind because there was 0 wind this morning, so I didn't go full wind. Benny Spotter arrived back just in time. Well, you've arrived back at a good time, actually, yeah. We should have a good little bunch of departures heading out soon, hopefully. 747's due out about now, but haven't, or actually should have been and gone by now. NZ175 to Perth has just pushed back as well, another 787. Not quite sure what the 321's waiting for. Wonder if they're going to wait for Fiji. 321 can well and truly be out before Fiji. In fact, Fiji's that far out that you'd get the 321 and the 777 both out before Fiji. Which would be good because are they letting... Wow! They're letting FedEx go first. That 321 could have been and gone by now. Josh Aldrich, how's it going? Good to see you. All right, there we go. FedEx 75 going to head on off to Sydney. Cargo gets priority. That was very strange. Very, very strange. Because now, well, because of the wake turbulence time, now the 321's going to have to wait till after Fiji's landed. Unless for some reason the 321 wasn't ready. Maybe their cabin wasn't ready. Alrighty. Here goes a FedEx on out of here. 321 Neo, just going to be sitting there waiting for a bit. Fiji's still a wee way off, but obviously because of the wake turbulence time frame, there won't be time for that 321 to go out in between. There's the 330 of Fiji coming on in. There we go, the 330 of Fiji Airways. The 300 of Fiji Airways even, not just the 200, they do the 300. All the way from Nandi. CK Cricket, how's it going? Beautiful day indeed. It is an absolutely stunning day here. All right, finally, NZ 637, the 321 Neo, heading down to Queenstown, makes it onto the runway. And there's NZ 175 heading out to Perth. Almost looked like the 321 Neo used the wing of the Dreamliner as a bit of a skateboard ramp. Turn and burn. Tanya Joe, how's it going? Welcome along. Aviation Pete's in the chat as well. How's it going, mate? Looks like a much nicer day, Pete. It is a beautiful day out here. Still could do with being a little bit warmer with a bit less wind, but I'm certainly not complaining. It is compared to what we had yesterday. It is a great day. The cloud that the plane's flying past at the moment, that's the only bit of cloud we're going to see. After that, it's nothing but blue sky. It's quite interesting that when you have a look at it, and it's based on like where the water and the land and all that is, right? It's quite weird. So you can see the cloud ring around. And that's it. Like that's the only clouds is that ring, and it's the whole way around us. If we go around to this way as well, you can see the ring of clouds around there as well. But there is, from that up, there is absolutely nothing. No cloud at all. I mean, I can go like this and just look up and just see nothing but blue sky. Isn't there a song about that? About some dude wanting to see his new girlfriend clearly. There's a plane out there, if you're curious. What plane is that? Coming in from that direction. That is QF119. Oh. You know what? I was going to say it looks weird, this plane. Something about this plane's just wrong. It's not a 787 and it's not a 330. Imagine thinking I'm going to book a flight to New Zealand, I want to get on that 787. They go, sorry, we're pulling the 787s, it's going to be a 330. You go, alright then, I guess I'll take the 330 instead. Actually, we're only sending a 737 now. Like, what happened to my plane? It shrunk. And they're like, what version of plane should we send them? Should we send them one of the planes with the paws, or one of the newer planes and put the skimmies on? And you know what? Let's send them nothing at all. Nothing. We're going to just disappoint them. Next level disappointment. Look at that. It's hideous. It's hideous. In fact, look, that's just problem solved. Something better to look at. We're going to watch grass grow instead. Should we look down here at the nice big tail that's coming on out to play? Look at that. Oh, everyone knows what that tail belongs to. might as well watch paint dry. I'm going to leave you all with a view of the 747 pushing back there. I'll be back in a moment. AJ Ryder, you're heading on out. All good. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us today. And yeah, enjoy the game. It's anthem time, is it? Oh, listen. If you listen really carefully, you can just hear the spool ups. They're not great though, but the vehicles look so little compared to the 747. They are little compared to the 747. All right, everyone, time to fire up your second monitors. Hawk looks like Atlas is heading to Melbourne. It does say Melbourne, doesn't it? 7552, yeah. OB65, how's it going? Evening or afternoon? I'm sorry. I don't even know what the day is. It's afternoon here, but you know, I'm mixing everything up today. It's Monday. My brain's got Monday-itis. .747 spying on us. It doesn't do a very good job of spying, does it? Kind of like it's that awkward one where it's sitting there thinking it's being really sneaky, but it's actually really obvious. Just stay there. odds of being stalked by a 747 are slim, but never zero. Very true, very true. J-Ro, how's it going? Well, welcome along. All right, here she comes. The Queen is on her way. Going to do a little zigzag, make its way around the little construction site there. Olivia, just in time, eh? Just in time. Had a meeting, you had to jump out. Before should have asked if they minded a bit of background noise. I mean, you can always watch the stream on mute. Dad's what's up? How's it going? Welcome along. If you haven't hit the like button, now is a really good time to hit the like. We want to tell YouTube that there's a 747 and that they should tell everybody that it's here. Ryan Wilson heading off to work to go and, I guess you could say, do some plane spotting. Up close and personal. Olivia, don't you hate that when you have to actually pay attention? We may have to whiz away from the Atlas for a moment, and you'll understand why. It's not going to be as good as I've hoped. Danny Spotter, we're sitting on YouTube featured, are we? Awesome, I like that. Thank you. Oh, it's not going to line up. That's a shame. We've got the All Black ATR coming in and the moon is up, and I was hoping they'd line up, but not quite, you see, because there's the ATR, there's the moon. They didn't quite line up. But we'll follow the ATR in until it disappears behind the 747, and then we'll stick with the Queen. Here and right now, the pilots on the 747 are looking out the window going, you know what, that ATR looks pretty good in black. Sorry, Logan here, but I got to agree, the Air New Zealand All Black ATR is the best looking of all the ATRs. Pretty sure that's the conversation that just went on up there right now. Here I was trying to get some nice sound of a 747, and I got the bork box instead. Carolyn, watch the ambient. Oh no, the ambient's actually on top of the camera today, so we're all good. It's the one place I never expect to get barked at by a dog is here, because there's a gigantic sign behind me, a huge big sign that has a big thing on it saying no dogs. It's always interesting when I get barked at by a dog in a no dog area. Alright, we're going to follow her the entire way to Melbourne. Alright, let's go back down, only because it's OAB. NZ 543 heading to Christchurch. Tommy Odds, how's it going? Welcome along. Congratulations on the gifted membership. Just trying to see if I can see where the 747's gone on the off chance. I'm going to get both this and the 747 in the same shot, but not quite. Oops, and I've lost the plane, so that doesn't work anyway. There it is, still in the cloud. Now it's turning anyway. Beth, how's it going? Afternoon. Had to wait for the 747 to say, yeah. Before saying hi, I like it, I like it. I'm trying to work out if I can still... I can't see it. Can't see it. It's up there somewhere. It's way up. A little bit too way up for me, I think. NZ542 from Christchurch coming on in now. All right, Stephen Whitaker's going to head on off. All good. Thanks for hanging out with us this morning. Good luck with your appointment. Malaysia, MH145 coming, 144, sorry, my bad, coming on out. We'll have to keep an eye out if, so that Gulfstream is pinging is this one right here, which it is getting fueled at the moment by the looks of it. No, it's moving. Is it moving by tug or moving by its own power? Doors are all closed. There's no tug on the nose. It is coming on out to play. Oh. So maybe it just got fuel from the fuel truck. Speaking of fuel trucks, there's some fuel trucks over there. So what are we going to see go first? The Gulfstream or Malaysia? Gulf, Malaysia. Which one? Or neither, because we'll watch Jetstar land instead. Alright, Gulfstream going straight for it. They're like, you know what, if I throw you a wad of cash, can I get priority? Turn and burn for the Gulfstream. Gulfstream told Airbus, you're too slow, let me show you how it's done. It's the one. Nice little shot there of the Malaysia 330. Hello, Caravan. Gonna cut in the gap between them. I think the dog's barking at the no dog sign, so I don't approve. Alright, there we go. Malaysia heading back to Kuala Lumpur. H144 in the 330 Neo. Dog barking, setting your dog off. Can imagine. Josh Ultra reporting New Zealand has scored a goal. Yeehaw! So I was making all that noise. The little balk box. All right, Jetstar JQ233 to Christchurch heading on out. Jetstar should make a left turn about now to Christchurch. Surely. There it is. So we've got another plane coming in. Another little biz jet. Little sporty thing. Not actually sure where this one's come from. My system has not picked anything up, so sure you'll be able to see a big line drawn from wherever it's flowing from though. Look at the width of the wings on it. There we go. Bye-bye's got the intel of it coming in from Queenstown. You know what? Today's the day of it because there's another one coming. Did these two have a race? This one's also come out of Queenstown. The next one, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that we've just witnessed the finale, the finish line of a race between some multi-millionaires, potentially billionaires. Who knows? But that one there's just come in from Queenstown, and we turn around and we look back this way, over here, and well, there's look, you can almost see the cash bags falling out of the back of it. Carolyn also both did a loop after takeoff. So if you ever look at Queenstown flight paths, generally a loop there is pretty standard because they have to get a lot of elevation to get up and over the hills. Yeah, it could be like his and hers. Imagine that, hasn't her jets. I refuse to fly with her. Get her own plane. She can follow behind. Looking like that, hasn't it? Towers, yeah. Probably even on the door has little his and her labels. It's like, so you realise we could just put her in another cabin? Nope, she can have her own plane. For us, the kids. Stick the kids in a different plane. I can't stand flying with a crying baby. I refuse to have a crying baby on my plane. Sir, it's your baby. I don't care. I go a little combo shot there. Of course, in New Zealand, ATR's like, let me in on the action. A little dance along to that one, everyone. Happy back for your walk. It's like summer out there. Everyone keeps moaning about how warm it is over there. Very surprised. This is going to be interesting. Are they going to turn in at the same time as these fire trucks are doing their little test squirts? Or are they here for another reason? Oh, it's like formation marching for fire trucks. Now go up in a straight line. Right now, you go left, you go right. Meanwhile, the billionaires are like, excuse me, can you get your trucks out the way? Oh, I'd like to park my plane. Yeah, zoom, dance to the fire trucks, that's the one. Alright, there's the first one parked up. And here comes the second one. I reckon the guy off this one's going to get off. Here's me assuming it's a guy, but if it's betting on a race, it's got to be a guy, surely, right? But just to go with my joke, the guy on this one's going to get off. Go to the other one. Go, all right. Here's your $1 million. You win the race. Fair's fair. Bet's a bet. We might even see a wad of cash get handed over.
Crumpy one, same company owns both.
Well, yeah, but that's pretty standard. QF3's only about 15 minutes or so out. 787 Dreamliner. These may not even hang around for that long, depending on what happens. Although it depends on where they're going, because it's not uncommon for planes for the private jets in New Zealand to come here just to do their international clearance and then depart again. So we can see the fuel truck's already in there waiting. There you go. The first one's already get fueled up. So these may head out soon. Here's a fuel truck for the next one coming on in. Door is open on that one. Ooh, are we going to get to... Are we going to be lucky enough to see someone jump out of it? So I dare say those two planes aren't going to be hanging around for long. They're literally going to... Oh, actually, who knows? Because there's a car just coming to pick up. There we go. Here's the passenger. Don't know who they are. Is that the passenger? That might actually be a crew person. Olivia, has anyone in the chat ever been to the Chathams? I haven't. No. Feel like it's one of those, you know, on the to-do list type things. Happy shout out to Kevin Costa if you're watching. Stewart Island, Channel Island, both on the to-do list. I don't blame you. Yeah. In fact, I feel like there's a lot of islands that should be on the to-do list. Apparently, Great Barrier is quite pretty. You know, but even if you haven't, even up in Auckland's doing the Rangitoto, a little day trip to Rangitoto. So it'd be interesting to see what's going to happen. Whether these, I do wonder if these planes are going to head straight back out again. The fact that they're both getting fueled up straight away would suggest that they are literally going to refuel and go. They'll just be working through all the appropriate paperwork at the moment. Done Rangitoto. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've got to do that at some point. Take the ferry over there and
go and enjoy Rangitoto. Grumpy one, yeah, correct. Technically, they would need to come out, go and do their paperwork, passport and all that sort of stuff before they depart. Well, I've got a little quiet patch in the plains. We might as well just sit here watching the goings on. See if we can recognise anybody. Oh, telling you, 2 people are off the plane. But are they the 2 people in the high visors though, or did they go and hop in the car, or have I missed something? Oh, okay, they hopped in the van already. Ah, I missed them. Oh, well, yeah, you guys have a better view than me, so if there's anyone you can identify, grab a screenshot and throw it through AI and go, who is this? Of course, a lot of the time you never know who they are. You know, there's that many people with business jets and stuff like that in the world that you never have any idea who actually could be on it. Yeah, so we got that one there getting fueled. That's a decent sized fuel truck for that plane. It's a lot of fuel. And it's probably just all they had handy in the way of fuel trucks. And that one over there getting fueled as well. QF3 is just on base at the moment. We'll see that come on finals in the next couple of minutes. The one we're looking at the moment actually is still showing up on flight radar, so they haven't. They certainly haven't done a full shutdown or anything. Bye-bye, so we've got another BizJet coming in about 20 minutes. Ah. Must be BizJet day today. BizJet Monday. Millionaire Monday? Wookie, speaking of islands, went to Waiheke last year on a self-paced winery tour. Missed the ferry back to Auckland, had to wait an hour for the next one. Well, the good news is there is multiple ferries, and clearly that just shows the pace you were working at there. Can't be mad. All right, the van with the people is now heading back over to their offices where they'll go and do their paperwork, custom clearance, all that sort of stuff. Alright, QF3's on finals. I can just see some like little dot in the air. In fact, this is pretty crazy. There's a Euro. Oh man, can I capture all this on camera? Sorry, I whipped that around a bit hard for everyone. My bad. Let's see. There's an ATR over there. There's the ATR turning on final. There's a truck somewhere there. There's the Eurocopter that just crossed over in front of everything. And that's another truck, and about there is QF3. Benny Spotter, you spotted some white sneakers, did you? Oh, wow. NZ 598, oh, sorry, 5598 coming in from Palmerston North. Bye-bye saying, oh, the Waikato Westpac, okay. That would make sense. Susanna's back. She'd like a bit of sunshine. 11 degrees over there. All right, Susanna, you're ready. What you're going to do? Put your monitor up to the window, and you ready? You ready? Here it is. All right, here you go. Just warming up the outside for you over there. I'm glad I've got the filter on the camera. We've got a Dashi lining up there to head on out, but let's get QF3, eh? Because that's what the Dashi is waiting for. You know, that little bit of conversation there, that's why I'm glad I don't drink alcohol, because wow, $500 on a bottle of wine? I feel great in the bank account. Feels great too. Like it. Bye-bye saying United is online, so we're going to see that one head on out very soon. Awesome. All right, we've got a 320 coming in, NZ 428 from Wellington. Josh Aldridge, no pause. You'll never see pause on a 787 actually, or a 320, or a 220 or a 321. They're all too new. Not sure about the 380s actually, if the 380s, any of them had pause or not. Bye-bye, unless we get another retro livery. Well, yeah, and then that'll depend on what do they call retro and whether it will still have a retro tail, because, yeah, it'll depend on which one it is. Because retro has wings. Are they wings? They're kind of wings, aren't they? Kangaroo wings. Bye-bye, 380 would have been repainted to no pause. Assuming, yeah, I mean, but when, because when was the changeover? Would they have, I don't know if they ever would have had pause, would they? They would have fallen just in, maybe. All right, next 320 coming in from Queenstown, NZ 616. Well, this is all the entourage for those other two planes. Josh Aldridge coming through with the half-time update. New Zealand all whites are 1, Egypt at 0. Nice, nice. right, Anya, take care, and hopefully you get the answers you need. United's online, Cathay online. Ooh. Oh, United's on pushback. Cool. Looks like it's still got fuel pouring into this this machine over here. The car's still parked over there, so that's what we'll have to watch, as if we see that car come back over. Alright, United is taxiing. We're going to see that pop on out in a minute. Cathay has pushed back. The next little millionaire machine is just flying by to the north of us. Jetstar coming in from Wellington. Olivia, is that new? No, that's one of the original emojis, I think. I think that was one of my first batch. Whoa, how was that for a photo bomb? Where did he go? Here he is. I lost him again. He's sitting just below the ridge line. Hiding. Can see United down there, getting ready to come on out. A big bad beast of a 777-200. Lee going to go do some adulting again. Oh, really? All right, you do what you're going to do, Lee, and we'll probably see you, maybe see you later this afternoon. Who knows? What was I looking at? That. Not that. Alrighty, little Dashy coming on in. Sorry, there's the Dashy. Get him on the screen, eh? From Tauranga. Ooh. It's a bit smoky. Wonder what that is. That looks to me like there's something on fire. Don't you getting side-eyed from the United plane? Now, hopefully that's nothing major because, well, I'm sure you'll know what those are. Scary. I can see the car park. So that's the fuel tank farm. It's called Smoke from a Fire. Maybe it's a training, you know, for the people who work there, learning how to use extinguishers. Olivia, is that Manawa Bay? No, Manawa Bay is the other direction from me. Can I see? Oh, Olivia, let's see. I think the roof racks on the car are going to be in the way. Left of the stop sign. Manawa Bay is that building. That's Manawa Bay over there. The roof racks of the car are in the way. Well, there we go. Look at that little dashy down there. Oh, okay, we're going to line up an ATR as well. Oh, the ATR cut in front of the dashy. That's not how it's meant to work. You're meant to line up in size order. Little dashy goes first, then the ATR. Although quite funny because actually looking at it from there, the dashy almost looks bigger, doesn't it? Very skinny though. Taller tail. Interesting. Yeah, that smoke looks like it's from down by the fuel stores in Wirri. Flying in on NZ 146 at 5:25. No, we definitely will not be here at 5:25 p.m. Got our next BizJet on finals, have we? It's on long finals, isn't it? Medium finals. There's Cathay popping out in behind United. Courtney and Eli, how's it going? Nana is over at the Gold Coast. I think we saw Nana at the start of the stream. But Nana's on the Gold Coast today. Alright, next little BizJet coming on in. There's your size comparison, and United is pretty close to us in comparison. Oh, even this one, look at this one. Here we go, look, just pulled out in front of the 350. It's about the size of one of the wheels on the 350. What you doing? Yeah, naughty things. I see how it is. Next arrival coming in from Fiji, NZ 951. Katie has good dog sitting services. It's only half a nose, yeah. The United's got had the nose job, I see. Different paint job on it. Phil B, how's it going? Welcome along. JVD Farms, hello to you. United's going to wait for the next Air New Zealand 321 Neo that's coming on in. NZ 120 from Melbourne. Grumpy one wants to poop the snoot. Here's the next 321 coming in, NZ 120. Benny spotted battery check. You know what? Very good point. The answer is it hasn't died yet. There's some noise going on right now between these two, isn't there? Aviation Pete, yeah, 777 just wants to go, doesn't it? Oh, is Cathay going to cut up the inside? Here we go, so United's on Alpha 1 Alpha. Cathay's just gone to Alpha 1. Cathay may be cutting up the inside and going ahead of United. We do have a 320 on finals from the Gold Coast, so Cathay won't be able to go all the way. They better stop soon, otherwise we will see a go around. There we go. They've stopped now. Oh, there we go. So United's giving Cathay the go ahead, and it looks like United might be having some little engine sensors doing some funny things. Singapore Airlines has pushed back as it as well. Nice. So there we go. Cathay gets to go ahead. Aviation Pete, I'm starting to think that. I'm starting to think that maybe United's having either an issue or a sensor issue or something, and so they're giving it a little bit of thrust to try and make sure everything's all good. Alright, Jetstar is clear, so Cathay should be good to roll. Of course, we have to just do a slow pan all the way through United. And then as we hit the back end of United, ding, there goes Cathay. And it looks like Qantas may be ducking in ahead as well, taking Alpha 1. QF 143 coming in from Sydney. Well, I guess United's ready to go. Like, excuse me, Qantas, out the way. Here you go, Carolyn, just for you. Because we may miss it in a minute. Mamaru, how's it going? Good to see you. We've got some great sounds going on at the moment. Bye United trying a Wookiee. It did a decent job, actually. We got a couple of Wookiees out of it while it was coming up the taxiway. It didn't do bad. Pete, if that was the case, they would have made it wait and sent every other plane out first. I don't think they would have pushed a taxiing plane ahead of departing planes. Just 201 there coming in from Sydney. Oh, look at this, United making the big left-hander. Going to go around to the south of the field, making their way to San Francisco. Wookiee, everyone wants to be a Wookiee. All right, QF 144 to Sydney, taking off. I was saying Fiji is on pushback, so that'll be pretty much all the heavies, won't it? We've got Singapore to come, Fiji, and then I think that's it. Carolyn likes that 737. So I thought I'd better get it for you, Carolyn. It'd be rude not to, right? We've still got a decent view of United, if I can find it again. Where did it just go? It's up in there somewhere. That's not it. That's a cloud. It's higher than that. It's up about there. There we go. Still got United going out. Oh, watch this. Are we going to transition? Hang on. Is this going to work? Is this going to work? All we're going to do is just pull out a bit, and oh, look at that. How's that for a transition? That was JQ246 out of Christchurch. And then we got Air New Zealand 547 going to head on down to Christchurch. Bye-bye, slick transition, slick as. Corny, you're all, mate. You're welcome. You're welcome. Hey, anytime Nana's here, we're here. You know full well we're gonna see Nana. Definitely a fan favourite. All right, we've got Singapore coming on out, stalking the ATRs as they do. We also have a 321 Neo coming on in from Tonga, I believe. NZ973. Well, United on the turn north. I can still see United. They went a very long way. Very, very long way. Let's go have a quick look and see, though. We've still got United up. Oh, higher, higher. Hang on. Oh, man, it is hard to spot them up there. I'm trying, I promise. They're a little dot, and it's like, I think I've got the camera pointed at them, but honestly, I don't know. There we go. There they are. There they are. Look at that. We can still even make out the United logos on them. I have no idea how high that is, where it is, or whatever. But we can still see the 777 up there. Corner, you reckon Cathay United should be the thumbnail? I'll have to have a look and see how it came out. Alex, 777 200 from United. Alright, Singapore. Check this out. We've got a 777 of Singapore, 300. A330, 300 of Fiji. And we got a little Beachy coming on in Skyline Aviation with the Starship machine. Oh, Christchurch, Fiji to Christchurch. All right, let me look out for it. Oh, we've got such clear skies today, it'd be rude not to. Wow, it's all go here today. Look, let's just quickly lock the screen off there for a moment. Check out that beautiful view. Let me zoom this out and have a look at where we're looking for Fiji. Okay, Fiji's over about there. Oh, what? Fiji is disappointing us today. Not you. You look beautiful, Fiji. Other Fiji is actually not pumping any contrails today whatsoever. Oops, sorry. That was I was too busy looking up and not looking at the sky. Or not looking at the plane, should I say. I was too busy looking at the sky. Oh, I've lost Fiji to the sun. They're actually directly above. We'll wait till they go slightly south of us and see where they end up. But I can't get the camera high enough at the moment for them. I've got a beautiful view of their belly. Oh, can I? This is going to hurt. Hang on. I'm just adjusting my tripod. I'm going to try my luck. Oh, I just can't do it. I can't do it. It doesn't go high enough, does it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. There's the Fiji right above us. That's only because I couldn't see the 330 because of the 777, so I figured why not have a go. Alright, let's come back to here. And we can worry about this plane next. Oh, that was a tricky bit of work. Oh, you know why? Because they've let that thing go out ahead of it. Come on, what's going on, little ATR? I also just realised that I still had Uber Zoom turned on. No wonder I was able to zoom in on that plane so tight that high in the sky. How high is that? Must be at like 30 something, 40,000 maybe, 34,000. I still had like Uber Zoom turned on from when I was zooming in for United. Oh, check this out. Look, they've moved Fiji ever so slightly forward so that Singapore can line up behind it. They're going to pump them out super quick, these two, I reckon. I reckon Fiji's going to do a real quick right-hand turn and Singapore's going to go for it straight after. Alright, Fiji clear for takeoff. That's confusing the data tags. Look at it, it's flicking back and forth. It's like, is it Singapore, is it Fiji? Is it Singapore, is it Fiji? Oh, there we go. Now it's detected that Fiji's doing all the movement. Probably one of the first rack'em stack'ems we've had like that. Where they've literally lined up two heavies, one behind the other. Something tells me that Fiji's going to make a reasonably quick right-hand turn, but I could be wrong. I don't think they're under a time crunch. There's nothing on final, so they're not under a time crunch. We get a bit of background music to go with our plane spotting today. So yeah, I reckon Fiji should be good for a right-hand turn any moment. Surely they're high enough by now. Alright, let's come back down to ground level with Singapore sitting there waiting for clearance. Just got to make sure that Fiji gets far enough ahead before these guys go chase them down. Oh, there we go. The stunner of a 777 from Singapore Airlines. Sorry, I'm busy trying to look up whatever Carlin was talking about. Oh, way down there. That's not near us at all. Oopsie. I lost the plane. There it is. Try and stay on the plane. Benny Spot, I need to fly, book yourself a 777 flight sooner rather than later. I would definitely, yeah, I'd get onto it sooner. You know you want to. Alrighty, well, that was a nice little bit of action to finish us off, and I think that we're going to call it a day. I think now would be a very wise time for us to finish up. I've got a bit of a drive to get home, obviously. It's been, oh, check this out. Hang on. This isn't a plane. This is, I'm seeing double. I don't know where that one, I just lost one. So there's one there, there's one over here. We're seeing double. Where does it go? Where's it gone? There. We are seeing double today. Whoa, was that 2 in one shot? Did I just see 2 in one shot, or am I confusing myself? What's going on here? Was that its shadow? Hang on, did I get Black Panthered by... Man, I can't follow them. They're moving just too quick today. They're so hard to follow. So yeah, this little guy, he's like, I want to play too. Can't even see where it went. Stephen Allen. Alan. All right. Well, that's that's it though. We're going to call it a day there. Had a few fun days. Thankfully, we've survived the rain for the worst part. We got to see lots of really cool action, cool planes. Saw almost one of every plane we possibly could. And yeah, I think it's time for me to make my way home. I've got work tomorrow. A couple of days of work. I'll see how the rest of this week goes. Never know. I may end up back up in Auckland. You never know. You never know. I make no promises that I will. I make no promises that I won't. But we also haven't seen our new friends head off yet. The fuel trucks have gone though. Oh, they've turned that one around. Oh, hang on. So that one's door closing. What does that mean? They've turned it around and the door is closing. Might be heading out. Just like us. We're not going to stick around to see it go out. We're going to call it a day. And hope everyone has a great afternoon though. No doubt I'll probably see many of you again a bit later this afternoon somewhere else, potentially over in Adelaide or something like that. Now, this is where it gets awkward. One, I don't have my buttons, we don't have highlights. I need to also get in and check that I can. Yes, there we go. All good. All right, I can do what is needed to do. All right, have a good time, everyone. Have a good day. Have a good afternoon. I will see you all on the next one. See ya.